Area Community College, regular business meeting for June 16th. We will be, can we have Mr. Buckenheim take our roll
Yeah,
call, please?
actually, we have Alex is on vacation today, so we have my fabulous executive assistant Armina Galukian here to do Alex's task. So she is going to take you through the reading of the roll, and you need to confirm who you are. So Armina, take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this Board of Trustees meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, as amended by Governor Gavin Newsom in Executive Order N2520, dated March 12, 2020, and that all trustees are at their residences and all are participating by remote video or teleconference. I will now call the roll by asking each trustee in turn to respond to the following questions. I will start with Trustee Chen Lao. Trustee Chen Lao, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Next, I would like to ask that Trustee Osterling respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I would like to request that Trustee Brown respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I would like to request that Trustee Silver respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. Next, I would like to request that Trustee Waugh respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Next, I would like to request that Trustee Martin respond to the same questions.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Thank you. And lastly, I would like to request that Trustee Fellow respond to the same questions.
Yes, to the third power. Thank you.
I would now like to ask that any member of the Board of Trustees speak up at this time if they have not been able to clearly hear any trustee. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that all trustees present have indicated that they were able to hear all other trustees clearly. I would next request that any trustee speak up at this time if such trustee has any reason to believe, based on voice recognition or otherwise, that any person representing themselves to be a certain trustee is not truly so. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that no trustee has expressed doubt that any trustees are the parties participating by teleconference. I would now like to advise the trustees and the public that any votes taken during the remote conference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call.
Thank you, Ms. Galukian. And at this time, I would like to ask, do we have any public comment and closed session items, which will be addressed shortly?
Yes, we have one public comment for a closed session item.
Okay.
And it is from student Charles Chen. According to the Administrative Procedure 4230 for grade appeal in the California Education Code and California Title V regulation by which California community colleges must abide, Section 55760A in Title V states that the instructor of the course shall determine the grade to be awarded. The determination of the student's grade by the instructor should be final in the absence of mistake, fraud, bad faith, or incompetency. Procedures for the correction of grades given in error shall include expunging the incorrect grade from the record. On the grounds of a mistake, I ask for the remedy of a grade appeal from a letter grade C to a B. I completed the course with a 78%, and had I been graded fairly, a grade of 80% or higher would have easily been achieved. The two main points I would like to focus on in this implementation of a third-party plagiarism inspection website, turnitin.com, and the late submission of the assignment titled Document Interpretation Number 1 due to the professor's negligence. A common theme throughout the winter 2020 History 7A course was a lack of organization. The syllabus is unclear and overly verbose. Also, there were no criteria for assignments except for the few that had undetailed notes. On January 28, 2020, I initiated an online discussion with the professor, Dwayne Lee, to explain to me the basis of my grade so that I may improve for future assignments. I understand that it can be difficult to quantify writing, but the professor should at least be able to explain his reasoning for issuing grades. The only logic was that my assignment has a high Turnitin.com score, which reflects nothing on the content of my writing. I asked the professor about how the Turnitin.com score is calculated because my calculations of quoted words over total words did not match the percentage score Turnitin.com assigned to me. He told me to contact Turnitin.com for the rationale. Following our discussion, I contacted Turnitin.com via email for clarification, but received no response. I relayed all this information to the professor, but he did not respond. For document interpretation number 1, the professor agreed to grant me a grace period because I was late add to the class. When I go to submit the paper in the designated Dropbox online, it shows that the submission page is closed, and this was before the grace period ended. I messaged the professor with my assignment as an attachment and requested he open the submission page. He asked me to email Pasadena City College Technical Support and CC him in the email. I did just that, but Pasadena City College Technical Support never replied to my email. As a result, this assignment adversely affected my overall grade because it was unethically graded late. Had this assignment been graded fairly, my final grade would be over 80%. Based on the facts stipulated above, I believe my grade appeal is justified. In both instances, the professor failed to directly acknowledge my inquiries and deferred responsibility. Thank you for taking the time to review my grade appeal. Sincerely, Charles Chen.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Galukian. The agenda for a closed session meeting would be as follows. 1, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Director of Marketing, Strategic Communications and Marketing, Talent Search Coordinator, Student Services, Black Student Success Counselor, Counseling, EOP and S Counselor, EOP and S Director, Football Operations/Head Coach, Kinesiology, Health and Athletics. Agenda number 2 is Public Appeal by Charles Sean Chen to Pasadena Area Community College District Board of Trustees regarding administrative determination on his student grade appeal. Agenda number 3, Government Code 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, address 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California. District Negotiator, Candace D. Jones. Negotiating parties, El Monte Union High School District. Agenda number 4, Government Code 54956.9B, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, 1 matter. Agenda 5 is Government Code 54957, Evaluation of Employee Superintendent President. At this point, we are going to adjourn to closed session and we'll return at 6:30. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 Testing 1, 2, 3.
Are we all back? Are we back? Ready to start? Yes, let's see.
We're just waiting for Dr. Androgenis.
Well, I guess we will wait on Dr. Andrew Jonas. We must. I don't see Osterlin, and I don't.
Jim is here.
Jim's here.
It's hard to see everybody, you know that? So you guys help me out. I can't see. Oh, there he is. Hi, Tito.
Is Linda here? Oh, there she is.
You thought I didn't come? Jim? You thought I was playing hooky?
What's that?
You thought I was playing hooky? We're waiting.
No, I said Linda.
Oh, where is Linda? There she is. Okay. Wait, or should we- I guess we cannot see out our screen. There she is. Okay. We'll now start. Okay, so we're now going to reconvene our regular business meeting, Pasadena Area Community College. Thank you. And we did address the issue in closed session of the students. What's his name? Let's see.
Charles Chen.
Charles Chan, but the board took no action. So at this time, we are going to have a roll call. Can we please have a roll call, please?
Yes. Trustee Chen Lao,
Here.
Trustee Osterling,
Here.
Trustee Brown,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Wall,
Here.
Trustee Martin,
Here.
Trustee Fellow.
Here.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we now have the we should do our the roll with the land acknowledgement. Do we have something to read? Or
Do you not, you don't have it?
I've never received one.
Oh. By any chance, Armina? There it is.
Oh, well, I certainly can read that.
Can you make it bigger?
Real big.
There we go.
Just a little bit more because I'm a halfway blind. There you go. Okay, land acknowledgement. Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homeland of people who have been known as the Cabrileno Band of the Mission Indians of the Sister Canoga Village and Kits Nation. Tonight we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. Let us take a moment of silence to honor the important contributions of the stewards of the land who came before us. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests of these lands. This land acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to be in good relationship with the people of the land and embodying equity in our practices and policies. Okay, I would like to ask if Trustee Chinlaw would lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Thank you. I'd be happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Okay, so we have an administration of oath of office for student trustee. Is that okay? Is that right?
That is correct.
Do we have a student in our midst?
He's joining in right now.
Yes, Emmanuel, correct?
I think so.
Let's let him in, so he should be right here. Emmanuel, can you hear us? There we go.
President Jonas, I can hear. I'm having.
Oops.
What did you say? We lost you.
He's on screen. He's just having trouble with his audio. You're on mute. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I was having issues with my computer, but I'm on my laptop now.
Okay, not a problem.
So Emmanuel, welcome. And tonight we will administer to you the oath of office. I understand you are interim, is that correct?
That is correct.
But we will still administer the oath of office because you will be participating in our meetings. Okay, so I guess you need to raise your hand and repeat after me. I, Emmanuel Gomez.
I, Emmanuel Gomez.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will be true faith and allegiance to the Constitution. Go ahead.
Sorry. That I will bear true.
I'm sorry. That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose.
Without any mental reservation or purpose.
Of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Sorry, now that interim student trustee Manuel Gomez has been sworn in, I have to ask him the same 3 questions I asked the trustees. So, student trustee Gomez, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
I have.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So now we will ask if there are any approval of reordering of agenda items. Oh, I see a hand up. Is that you, Jim Osterlin?
Yes. Madam President, I wanted to pull an item from the consent calendar, and do I do that and just have it discussed as a separate item? Do I do that now or when we get to the consent calendar?
I think when we get to
No,
the,
when you get to the consent calendar, we don't,
Okay.
because it's not actually reordering the agenda. It's just pulling something out to discuss it.
Okay, I will wait till we get there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second,
okay, can we get a roll call, please? And roll call.
Student trustee Emmanuel Gomez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
And Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Thank you, Armin. Okay, introductions and recognitions. Do we have any?
We do. We have one, and I'm going to ask Dr. Alibo to introduce our folks.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And can we get video? The host or the tech on this, can you let us show our video?
There we go. Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone. My name is Dr. Cynthia Olivo, and I would like to thank all of you for welcoming Maggie Regalado Rivera. She is the director for our PASS program, which we are celebrating our 30th anniversary of hosting this federally funded grant program on our campus. And I'm so proud and thankful to Maggie for her leadership. And she has a video that she will prepare to share with all of you. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. My name, as she mentioned, my name is Margarita Regalado Rivera. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. The video will be at the end. Thank you, Shireen. But my name is Margarita Regalado Rivera, and like Dr. Olivo mentioned, I'm the director of PASS program. I want to say thank you for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to share in this celebration, talk about our students and the program that we have here. Now, I wrote some notes and I'm going to read them off because I've been told that when I present, I talk too much and I only have a little bit of time to talk with you. So I'm going to make sure that I keep everything brief. Today, we are celebrating 30 years of student success. Since 1990, PASS has provided assistance to 2,371 students. PASS has been successful because of the support and partnerships of our on and off campus partners. PASS focuses on retention, graduation, and transfer of our students. The transfer component is what makes us unique from other programs on campus. The Department of Education requires that we help students earn their degree and certificates and transfer. Armine, you were supposed to share the presentation. Would you please help? Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're on the third page. Thank you. Before I start talking about the program, I want to share a little bit of history. I think it's important for us to understand why TRIO was created. President Johnson created TRIO during the Civil Rights Movement. He wanted to help typically underrepresented students that are low income, first generation, and or students with disability. PCC has a large population of students who fit one or more of this criteria. The initial programs were Upward Band, Talent Search, and Student Support Services, which is PASS. Since then, the Department of Education has created a total of 8 TRIO programs that service students all over the nation. PCC is very fortunate to have 7 TRIO grants, which include Upward Bound Math Science, Talent Search, and PASS. This year, we're not only celebrating our 30 years here at PCC, but also celebrating the first year of our next cycle. Just this year, we were refunded for another 5 years. So we're very happy about that. Next slide, please. Here, you'll find a list of the main services that we provide our students, but I'm only going to talk about a couple. Our intentional counseling, I think, is the most critical for our students. Out of every year, we service 206 students, and we'll have 2 adjunct counselors to provide guidance and support to them throughout their time at PCC. For student evaluation and focus group results, this is the most beneficial and popular component of our program. The other component I want to talk about are voucher programs and scholarships. Past funding can't be used for these items, so we rely on our partnerships to provide these critical services to students. Book vouchers, meal vouchers, and scholarships are usually requested by our students, and we're very fortunate to be able to provide them these services. Next. In these next slides, I will share some data about our students. The majority of our students have been low income and first generation. Therefore, we are servicing the students in most need here at PCC. Since 1990, we have serviced 1,660 students that are low income first gen. Next. Our ethnic breakdown demonstrates that we've serviced 857 Latinx students, 727 Black and African American students since 1990. Next. Our gender breakdown demonstrates that we have 1,439 students who are women. We're working very closely with other programs on campus to make sure that we recruit more males these upcoming years. Next. TRIO programs all over the nation use Bloomin as their database, which helps us track project objectives. Since the inception of TRIO, the Department of Education has changed data we are required to collect. Tracking of transfer and degree certificate attainment began in 2005. Here's what we have for the years between 2005 and the last reporting period. Last reporting period, we had 493 students who had earned degrees and certificates, and 597 students who transferred to four-year institutions, some of which included UC Berkeley, USC, Cal State Los Angeles, and Portland State, just to name a few. Next. Yearly, we submit an annual program report to the Department of Education to ensure we are meeting project objectives. Last year, 180 out of our 206 students persisted from one year to the next. And 190 out of those students were in good academic standing. We're very proud of those numbers because we work really closely with our students to ensure we meet our project objectives. Per the Department of Education guidelines, we have 4 years to help our students earn degrees and certificates to transfer to four-year institutions. 38 out of, therefore, objectives 3 and 4 focus on the 2015 incoming group of students. 38 out of our 77 students earned degrees or certificates, and 30 out of our 77 students earned degrees or certificates and transferred to our four-year institutions. One of the most important components for me, and something that I'm very proud of as a director, is our past culture. The past team is welcoming, next slide please, is welcoming, supportive, and they have backgrounds which help them relate to students. We are intentional about personalizing each student experience. If you ask our students how their experience is with PASS, they're going to say PASS is their family, PASS is their home. They're confident in the services we provide, and they're comfortable in our space. Through student learning outcome, we have collected positive comments that students share with us regarding their experience here at PCC and after they leave us. Here you'll find 3 quotes. I'm only going to read one because I feel like it encompasses what we do on a regular basis with our students. I am a student with a disability, and the counselors made sure that I was not only academically thriving, but also thriving in my personal life. They really motivated me and helped boost my confidence in my ability to be successful in school and accomplish my goals. I experienced a lot of self-doubt during the semester at PCC, and they were always there to inspire me and to reach my goals. It gives me great joy to read comments like this because it is very evident that we're doing what we need to do to help our students succeed in all aspects of their lives. I can keep talking about PATH, our students, and great things we've done with them, but we have a brief video where we have our wonderful alum sharing the impact that PATH has had in their lives since they've left PCC. Shereen, can you share the video, please?
I am very grateful for the counselors and tutors who helped me and encouraged me to write my essays for the classes that I took and for the scholarships I applied for. I remember that the counselors and the tutors helped me gain confidence in myself and in my writing.
I am where I am today because of PATH. PATH gave me the skills, knowledge, support, mentorship that I needed to get out of academic probation and graduate from PCC and into a four-year university. My last year at my university, I graduated with a 4.0, even though I was taking 19 credit units, completing a doctoral research assistantship and an internship for my career field. I am where I am today because of the support, the counselors, Ofiq, and everybody at PATH.
They make sure they get you amazing workshops that are actually going to help you apply to school if that's what you're looking to do, or kind of give you an idea of what a lifestyle might look like outside of school. And they also just help you really get in contact with other students that have the same goal as you.
I used their studying space all the time. You know, they're always ready to help you. And if they're not able to help you, they'll point you in the right direction.
Amazing team. Just like you have a goal, they also have a goal. And their goal is to see you accomplish the impossible. Anything is possible.
Very nice.
Thank you.
I think Jim Hasselin had his hand up. Is that correct?
Margarita, thank you for that presentation. And I did have one quick question for you. If you could go to the second to last slide before the video, if you're able to.
Oh, okay. Armina, can you help me with that, please?
Yes, pulling it up now. 1 second.
Is it this slide?
No, it had your result. That's it.
Yes.
So I just wanted to point out on the third bar down that your attainment rate was 38 out of 77, which is about half. And I want to make sure you get full credit because it says 19%, and actually you're closer to a half there. So congratulations on your good work there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And actually our goal in our last grant cycle was 15%. So we're above that. So we've been working really hard to make sure that we always stay above those numbers.
Yeah, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go to public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have?
No public comments.
Thank you, Armena. Okay, so now next is the approval of the minutes for regular business meeting and joint meeting with associated students.
So moved.
Motion. And do we have a second?
Second.
Did I hear a second? I did hear a second, right?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, any comments? If not, we'll take the roll call, the vote. Armin, would you take the vote, please?
Student trustee Manuel Gomez,
I think he's frozen.
I think he's frozen.
Okay, you can, yeah, we'll move on.
okay. Trustee Chen Lau,
Aye.
trustee Osterling,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Silver,
Aye.
trustee Waugh,
Aye.
trustee Martin,
Aye.
trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is board committees reporting out. Do you have any committee reporting out? Maybe?
Oh, trustee Martin has his hand up.
Okay, trustee Martin.
Thank you. So the Budget and Audit Committee did have a meeting on June 9th. And again, I don't need to say very much about it because it's on the agenda tonight with the tentative budget dominating most of that particular meeting and being the most important item. So I think I can keep it short and end it there.
Thank you. Any other committee? No other committee? Okay. We will go to the next item, which is update on DEI initiative. Any update?
You know, I just wanted to report out that our last virtual town hall, we had over 100 people. 5 of our trustees from PCC were there, so I want to thank you, as well as Dr. Indra-Janis. Yay! So we were well represented. Some of the feedback that we got, and I want to thank all the trustees who gave us feedback. So we collected that through an idea board. And one is how do we as trustees get all of our trustees involved? So I think that you've seen that some of the trustees have taken a lead because we've been on the work groups, but now is the time, you know, so for everyone to kind of get involved. So one of the things I'd like to do is to, I know trustee Silver and trustee Osterling have been involved in the work groups, maybe come together and see how we can get all of our trustees involved and have a commitment. The other thing that's come up is Dr. Indra-Janis and I were on one of the workshops on faculty evaluations and exit interviews last month. And so this month, they actually looked like they were ready to roll out some of the recommendations. So one of the things we've been talking about is how do we get this out to all of the districts? And so we will be bringing this also before the CCT board. We will be presenting some of the recommendations that have come from all of the work groups. We'll be doing this also in conjunction with the CEOs, as we'll be meeting with the CEOs the first week of July and asking them to help to join us and send a joint message and to agree on how we can get these recommendations out to all of the districts. So one of the issues that came up was now that the recommendations are out, even though they haven't been totally blessed, how can we get districts to start to try some of these out? So for example, PCC reported great success in a blind interview. It's been a best practice. Dr. Jonas has written it up and shared it with other districts. State Center has taken some of the search committee recommendations and they've started to put that into place in their own district just to see how they would test out these best practices. So I'd like to work with Trustee Silver and Osterling to see how we can get those recommendations and then share it with all of you, and then to talk with our PCC community, all of our stakeholders, on how we can start to test out some of these. So just wanted to give you a heads up on some of those things that are coming.
That sounds very exciting. I hope we can achieve that. Dr. Indra-Janis?
I would also like to invite Dr. Carrie Boland to give an update for us.
Okay.
Yes, just a very short one. I always say that and then go long. But this Saturday is the 156th anniversary of Juneteenth, which honors the end to slavery in the United States. As you all know, it's considered the longest running African-American holiday. The campus is inviting folks to engage with the Pasadena and Altadena community through the Juneteenth Freedom March and Block Party event that takes place that day on the 19th at 4:30 p.m. in Charles White Park. It's free and promises to be a lively event, and it also includes some thoughts from some liberation speakers. In that same vein, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that today the House passed the bill establishing a federal holiday on Juneteenth.
Right.
So yes, that'll pave the way for President Joe Biden to sign it into law. So this is a moment for us, right, that really recognizes the legacy of resilience that has become the hallmark of the African-American experience in the pursuit for liberation. So as a diversity practitioner, my heart is full today as we anticipate Juneteenth becoming the 12th federal holiday in the United States. I wanted to highlight the efforts of the college to receive an Anna Peasy grant. I can't recall if it had been mentioned in our last board meeting, but nonetheless, we're seeking an Anna Peasy designation, and the program provides grants and related assistance to Anna Peasy's to enable institutions to improve and expand their capacity to serve Asian Americans and Native American Pacific Islanders and low-income individuals. So to qualify for an NAPZ grant, two things: an institution must have an enrollment of undergraduate students that is at least 10%, which we have, Asian American and Native American Pacific Islanders, and at least 50% of degree-seeking students whom receive financial assistance under one or more particular federally funded grants, and they get kind of that short list. So this would be a fantastic opportunity for us to receive some additional resources to scale up our intentional efforts to empower and support the Anna Peasy community, and also would kind of invite a larger, more intentional narrative of the Anna Peasy experience at PCC with that designation. So I wanted to make sure to give shout outs to the collaborative work and efforts of the Coalition of Asian Pacific Employees, CAPE, to Nancy Roberts, to our grant specialist, and our fearless project leader for the grant, Dr. Tuk Thong Taraj. We are finalizing this in the next couple of weeks, our bias assessment and response tool. I think I mentioned it earlier on in our touch points, otherwise known as BART, which will be an online resource for anyone who needs to report an incident of bias and discrimination. The purpose of BART is to receive, monitor, refer, and as necessary, coordinate university response to hate and bias related incidents that impact all or a significant portion of the university community. So this tool is not intended, and I always want to kind of throw that disclaimer out there because I'm working with my human resources and student services partner, is not intended to replace or subordinate any existing processes for reporting and addressing those types of acts of discrimination, harassment, or violence, but to rather complement it, excuse me, I'm double duting, what we have in our efforts to sort of best assist those in need to track our patterns of bias and ultimately create educational interventions to help improve our campus's climate. Do I have a question? I'm sorry. Okay. So looking forward to our launch of this tool late summer as part of our sort of, introduction into the fall. Last piece.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bolin, Trustee Chen Lao has her hand up.
Yes.
I can wait until she finishes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was related to what she had just finished. Sorry. Go ahead.
And then the last piece, honestly, the last piece is just kind of a sneak peek. We have some irons in the fire for using student success data to support instructional decision-making, focus on culturally responsive and culturally sustaining education and best practices. So I want to allow for some of those things to kind of come to fruition before I report out on them in their entirety. But the sneak peek is that they will act as essential tools and guides to complement the expertise and efforts of our faculty to teach today's students, right? That being students with those intersecting identities, whose expectation of our instructors, today's instructors, are to have a broad and cultural lens that invites their identities into the conversations, where they become co-collaborators and co-creators of their knowledge, and they're able to engage in the content in an intentional way and affords for an inclusive and welcoming space. So looking forward to the partnership with Professional Development Office and our faculty to develop those professional preparedness resources, and I'll share those out, if not next board meeting, the following. I think that's it for now.
So go ahead, Sandra.
Okay, terrific, thank you. Well, first of all, congratulations on working on the Anna Peasy application. I was in Washington, D.C. a few years ago and actually visited one of the API scholars organizations that help manage Anna Peasy, and Asian American students actually choose community colleges, as a higher education institution than Ivy Leagues, Cal States, or UCs. So sometimes folks think that Asian American students, are in UCs and Cal States, but in fact, they choose community colleges. The other question I had is on the Diversity Council. I recall that was mentioned in the last board meeting or the one prior. What is the progress on the Diversity Council?
Yes, thank you for asking that. So invitations went out to individuals to kind of garner some interest. We got back a good amount of response. The hope was to sort of coordinate a sort of a first touch point before the spring semester wrapped up. We were unsuccessful in doing that. There are a couple individuals though that I'm engaging with that are on a summer contract over the summer to kind of prepare sort of what that charter will look like and what our sort of action goals will be for the start of the fall semester. So we're looking to kind of have that hard launch late August. But the interest is there and we do have the membership. It's now just a matter of us kind of getting together and across the table to think through what that charter is and what our sort of our action goals will be for the next academic year. So thank you for asking about that as a follow-up.
Thank you.
Trustee Watt?
Yes, Dr. Bowen, I just wanted to quickly thank you for the work and for helping CAPE get NAPC through. It's something we've been working on for as long as I've been on this board, and I know that a lot of this there was a lot of hard work behind this. So I want to thank you, Dr. Olivo, Nancy Robertson, and the many others who have helped make this happen.
Thank you for that, Trustee Watt. I cannot take any credit for it. I mean, the individuals whose names that I mentioned, they are at the helm of this work, and I'm just a champion for them and a cheerleader. So I just want to make sure that their work did not go unacknowledged.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other report? If not, we now will proceed to our consent calendar. I think Trustee Osterlin wanted to pull one, right?
Yes.
Well, no, the first thing we need to do is G, consent calendar, approve appointment of consortium representative. I think what Trustee Osterling wanted to pull is in H. So
that's correct. So
yeah.
Let's proceed. Yeah.
Okay, we shall proceed. So then we will go to approval of consent calendar G1 through H18. Is that correct?
No, just G1 to begin with, and then it would probably be easier if you just did G, and then you can do H, since we know that Trustee Osterling is going to pull something from the consent calendar. So just do G first.
Move to approve G.
Second.
Thank you, Sandra.
You're welcome.
All right. So any discussion, any questions? If not, we will go for vote. Can we have vote, please?
Interim Student Trustee Gomez.
Aye.
Trustee Chanla.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Watt.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you very much. So now we will go to, is it consent H?
Yes, H.
Okay. Okay, so what is your question, Mr. Osterlin?
Madam President, I would like to pull agenda item H9, purchasing. Specifically, I wanted to pull PO number 210181.
Well, you need to pull, I'm sorry, Trustee Osterling, you need to just pull the item, not something within it. So we can pull that item and hold it for discussion, and then you can vote on the rest of the consent calendar, or you can discuss it, vote on it. But I think it's easier if you just pull 9 and vote on the rest of H and then come back to 9.
Thank you.
Fine.
I'll make a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, can we have the vote, please?
Interim Student Trustee Gomez.
Aye.
Trustee Chanla.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Silver,
Aye.
Trustee Watt,
Aye.
Trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. And now we'll discuss just item 9, ratify purchasing transaction.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to pull item H9 and have us just have a very brief presentation discussion on PO number 2101818. And the reason I wanted to pull this was because it's a fairly substantial number at a little over $1 million, but also because it's how we're spending our CARES dollars. And I think as trustees, we should keep be more aware of those dollars being spent because it's not our normal budgetary dollars. And
Okay.
So Dr. Androgianis, I just wanted to get a little more detail about how we spend that money.
It's P9, it's page 5 of 7 of H9. And it is the purchase for the air purifiers that we've spoken about in other contexts. So I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, again, the point that I'm trying to make is I just want to make sure that we, the trustees, are aware as we spend the CARES money, what it's going for. And so to me, that's a little more important than a routine item that we would normally pass on the consent calendar. And I appreciate the explanation of what it's being spent for. Is that the sum total of what we're going to spend for the air filters, or is that part of the total and there's more to come?
I will have Vice President Candace respond.
So Trustee Osterling, that is the bulk of so if you recall in our May board meeting, we actually approved or asked for approval for a sole source contract for air purifiers. This is now the expenses, which that was approved. Now this is the expenditure of those air purifiers. So is this the bulk of the air purifier based on the designated locations? The answer is yes. Could we need a few more here and there? Sure, but this is the bulk based on all of our spacing and room requirements that our facilities partners did to project where purifiers needed to be.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we need a motion on H9.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, vote please.
Interim student trustee Gomez,
Aye.
trustee Chenlau,
Aye.
trustee Osterling,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
She's frozen.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'll skip her and hopefully she'll be available soon. Trustee Silver,
Aye.
trustee Waugh,
Aye.
trustee Martin,
Aye.
trustee Fellow, trustee Fellow,
Aye. Excuse me. Aye.
trustee Brown,
Trustee Waugh, you might want to step in and take over the meeting until we get Berlinda back.
Okay. All right. I don't
There
have.
she is. There she is.
you're
Yeah,
muted, trustee Brown.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you. The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is personnel, and the student trustee does not vote on this one. So, do we have any discussion?
Need a
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, vote please.
Trustee Chenlau,
Aye.
trustee Osterling,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Silver,
Aye.
trustee Waugh,
Aye.
trustee Martin,
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0.
Thank you very much for filling in. So now we're in item J, action items recommended for approval. We will now proceed to public hearing and adoption of fiscal year 21-22 tentative budget. Dr. Anvi Jones.
Okay, great. And I am going to bring back Candace Jones.
Good evening, trustees. I am going to share my screen. Tonight, both myself and Ms. Jessie Wang will walk through the May revise report as well as the tentative budget. Let me make sure you can see my screen. Okay, let's get started. Tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to look a little bit at the 2021-2022 budget outlook. We'll discuss a little bit around our Prop 98 funding, some California Community College investment themes that have been expressed in terms of the May revised proposal. I will then shift it over to Ms. Wang, who will talk and give an overview of not only our tentative budget summary, our projected fund balances, but also give a quick overview of our CARES current spend. So I'm in a way better position than Dr. Mike Bush last year, in that I get to report out that we actually have a really strong budget outlook. So the difference between the governor's budget that came out in January and the May revise is that in January, the governor's office was only projecting about a $15 billion surplus. But with increased revenues now being forecasted at $203 billion statewide, with a projected surplus of $75 billion. So it's a very different look just in those brief months. What that impacts then for the California Community Colleges funding, so that the difference in those funding projections between the January governor's budget and the May revise really results in three major areas. So the first is there was an expressed increase in some ongoing funding, about $282 million, for a total of $486 million given to ongoing funding, an incredible increase in our one-time funding dollars, about $870 million. There were some changes to the student-centered funding formulas being expressed that will result in a COLA, which we'll talk about in just a moment, for a total of about $1.8 billion in addition to from January to May. So it's fairly significant. This is just a quick overview of sort of what that looked like last year to this year. So in 2020, 2021, the enacted budget was about $7.6 billion, compared to what the governor's office was projecting as the budget in January, which was $9.2 billion, and then now in the May revised, the $9.8 billion. And you will remember that last year we had deferrals. And so this $7.6 billion does include that $1.45 billion in deferrals. So significant. You're seeing then this increased sort of budget outlook, even significant between January to May. Mm-hmm. What that looks like in our Prop 98 funding. So you will see that listed here. So again, this $9.2 billion from the governor's January budget to the $9.8 billion. So a difference of about 6% just in that short bit of time. And what has been really interesting is that there have been these expressed funding themes. These investment themes, they actually break down into 6 areas, but they have them sort of grouped. So the first being restoring college resources. So the expressed interest in paying down the full balance of the deferrals. In January, they actually did not commit to doing that. In the May revise, we see some commitment there. Re-envisioning financial aid, basic need, college affordability are funding themes. What's really wonderful is seeing some commitment to the DEI work. So there's an investment theme there. And then of course, focusing on workforce development is one of the significant themes. I've just pulled out, oh, this is actually our COLA. So this is still not, we're still hoping to get some finalized agreements, but what the governor's office did in the May revise is there is a cost of living adjustment being proposed. And so it's actually a combination of two things. In fiscal year 2020, 2021, we did not receive a COLA, but K-12 did. And so that COLA was 2.31%. So that's being proposed, as well as an additional 1.7% COLA for 2021, 22. So for a combined COLA of 4.05%. So if you think about this, just remember, as we're thinking about the tentative budget, we start our tentative budget process in February and March. And so early, our assumptions actually are made on the governor's budget in January. We only just received the May revised sort of budget proposals, and so proposed additions. And so what we did very quickly with the tentative budget that Jesse will share with you all is at least include that 4.05% calculation in the tentative budget. But just recalling that this is all sort of late breaking news as we are closely watching how the budget is going to firm up. Now, there again, the commitment in January wasn't that the governor's office was going to actually pay back the full deferrals. They were only going to pay back a portion of that. So now, fortunately, there is some expressed desire to, again, restore community college resources and pay back our deferrals in full in our July and August disbursements. So that $1.45 billion in deferrals will be taken care of, proposed in the next few months, July and August. Good. So I pulled out a couple of these theme areas. This is not intended to be a comprehensive list. There are right now at the governor's office 11 ongoing investment ideas or proposals on the table, and an additional 18 funding ideas and themes on the one-time funding area. But I wanted to kind of pull out one in each area just to give you an idea of what they're looking at. So the first is around college affordability. There's a growing commitment for zero textbook cost degrees. So there's some proposed additional funding there, about $115 million one-time funding. Pathways, guided pathways, we consistently hear and we know how committed we are to building out those pathways. And so there's some proposed one-time funding there at $150 million. Some workforce, work-based learning, so an additional $10 million to go there, particularly around these two areas around cloud computing and zero emission supply chain fields. Fortunately, our folks on the work-based learning side are doing wonderful work there. And so this would, if this comes through, this is just continued investment and expansion of those programs. What's really important now, so those three were all one-time funding. Here's some examples of some ongoing funding proposals. And so the first is a commitment on the basic needs centers. So the May revision actually includes some ongoing funding to support basic needs centers and coordinators. And so we're watching that closely because of course the work here that we do at PCC is very tied to this particular area.
Candace,
yes.
Candace, can I stop you on there? I see Trustee Chen Lau's hand is up.
Yeah. So my question is, Candace, as you look at these proposed investments, do they align with PCC's priorities? How do they impact PCC? Obviously, these are state funding, and $10 million for, you know, a number of colleges do not go a long way. So what is PCC expecting in these proposed investments?
I'm going to answer your first question and then follow up with your second. So your first is, do these investment themes align with our priorities? And the answer is yes, right? Our mission, we're very driven towards making sure that students are at the heart of everything that we do, and that we're able to support them, and that we're equitable, and we're finding ways to make sure that they are able to transfer and graduate and have work-based learning. So,
and Candace, if I can add, we
please.
already have a version of a basic needs center. We have our Lancer Care Center. So what this does is provide ongoing funding for the bevy of social workers that we already have working with our students to coordinate resources. And so we're about 2% of the budget, which means we would get about $150,000 from this pot of money. And for us, that's great, because it means we could permanently hire a single person to coordinate that. And we also utilize student equity and achievement dollars, as well as AB 19 dollars to support these kinds of needs.
So yes, it aligns with all of the work we're doing. And then our portion, as Dr. Jonas says, is about 2% of any one of these areas. The only cautionary moment, not particularly with this item, but with some of the others, that I would just like to express. They are proposals, and there is still a lot of conversation on what. So we'll get a little bit more clarity in our July advanced apportionment numbers on what that will look like, and then be able to fold some of that into our adopted budget, which you'll see in September. And then the other piece is, some of these don't funnel down to the local level. Some actually stay at like the chancellor's office level. And so we just need clarity on which items are those versus which item funnels down to the local level. But we're very excited. I mean, right? So this is a very different situation for us to be in this year than we were last year. But in all of that, a lot of intentional planning and alignment with these funds is important. And so we'll go through some of those exercises just to make sure that we're tagging the right money and resources. Dr. Andrew Jonas gave a really great example of our Lancer Care or Lancer Pantry and all of the support work. I mean, we want to make sure that we're tying those things to the correct areas and using funding as widely as we can.
And this is a one-time, right?
The basic needs is actually ongoing. Proposed ongoing.
Proposed ongoing. Okay.
There is some additional technology investment. So this is, I pulled the 3 previous examples were one-time funding examples, which there are again 18 different funding ideas. These 2 happen to be ongoing ideas, and the second one is just a technology investment, some ongoing funding to help support technology for pathways, program mapping, et cetera. And so we're watching that one really closely. The investment themes really also focus on sort of pandemic recovery. So there's some real expressed need and investment on retention and enrollment strategies. So the May Revise has $100 million in one-time funding to help bring students back, students who may have taken EWs, excused withdrawals, and they just couldn't manage the online environment, or maybe they had home situations that they need to be focused on. And so this gives us some funding really to kind of market and pull students and support them coming back. There's also some additional COVID-19 response block grant funding that's proposed as one time. What's really, really exciting is deferred maintenance is actually being proposed. We haven't received deferred maintenance in over 2 years. And so there is a proposed $314 million that would be aligned for deferred maintenance that we would then be able to do some capital projects around. So potential impacts to PCC in ongoing funding, so unrestricted. This is our unrestricted sort of calculations thus far, is about $153 million that we would see. Restricted, there is $2.65 million. I did want to tag this issue because Not all of the restricted funds actually received the COLA adjustment. Only certain funds did. And so we have positions in many restricted fund categories that right now don't have, did not receive in the budgeted may revise a COLA adjustment, which we would need to do. And so we would need to account for that budgetarily. The one-time funding, like I shared, is a little harder to predict, but we believe to have a little firmness in July when we receive our advanced apportionment. And of course, the deferred maintenance piece, so that 314 million, what we would expect out of that is 6.2 million if we do receive it. All right, Ms. Wang, do you want to take these next 3 or 4 slides over?
I will, my pleasure. Thank you, Vice President Jones. And so I have the pleasure of sharing the picture for PCC with everyone. So this is our tentative budget in summary version. So what you're seeing now is a summary budget for the unrestricted general fund, which is most of our operating budget. So our revenue proposed for the state apportionment is about 152 million. So as Vice President Jones mentioned earlier, this estimate does include the 4.05 COLA increase. And we're anticipating about $3 million of lottery money. Mandated claim is about 720,000. And we're estimating about $8 million about non-resident tuition. So this is the portion from our international students. And our CalSTAR on behalf payment is about 8 million. We get this number from actually the state. They'll tell us how much they're paying on our behalf. So we record the number on our books, but we don't actually get to see or touch the money. And our categorical and student fees accounts for about $5.4 million of our budget. And as far as expenses, you'll be able to see that most of our investment are in salaries and benefits. So this is our faculty, our staff that we devote most of our resources into servicing our students. So that accounts for about 88.7 of our budget. And this budgetary number does include also the 4.05 COLA increase. And the second item that will jump out is about the 10% of our budget is our operating expenses and services. So this includes all the other contractual that we have and all the ongoing work that we use to support our staffs. And next slide, please. So this slide gives everyone a summary level by our operating fund level. So we just had a snapshot. The last slide is a snapshot about general fund, which is the 01 line. And following down the trend, 03 is our restricted general fund, which houses most of our grant money and our federal dollars. This is where that lies. And our 29 is capital servicing funds, and our child development center is in fund 33. And our capital construction funds are starting with 4s. So see 41 and 42 and 43. Our Measure P is in Fund 42. You'll see this money dwindling down because we're about to be done with our Measure P. Our goal was to completely expense and close out Measure P in this current year, but due to timing, there's a little bit left. But we are confident we're going to be able to close out the bond in the next fiscal year. And the funds that are labeled with, starting with 6, are all of our self-insurance funds, and those account for the activity that we pay to insure our workers' comp, property liability, dental, OPEB liability, and other retirement-related liabilities. And Fund 74 is our student financial aid fund. You'll see this large number, $57 million number, come in and out. This represents the money that we draw down from the federal government and disperse to our students in terms of aids. And funds that start with 70s are our trust and agency funds, and those house our club and trust accounts that we house for our faculties and students. And next slide, please. So next, I'm going to talk about where we are in spending for the CARE and HERF Act money. So this is our federal relief money. And so this first slide, we have two slides. So this first one gives us a snapshot about our institutional portion. So the institutional portion are for the institution to spend. And we also have a student portion where are designated for student aids. So we have different type of relief dollar that we received, and they all fall into this CARE HERF bucket. So for our CARE block grant, we have a state and a federal portion. So these are one of the first grants that we received. So as you can see, the federal portion that expires in December 30th, 2020, we have completely expensed that. And the state portion, we are just about done to be expensed that. And the next block is our institutional portion for the HERF 1 and HERF 2 and 3. So HERF 3, we just received this year, and it's about $26 million. We are still taking in proposal into how we're going to best spend this federal dollars. And so the next, we also, because we're a minority serving institution, we also received additional funding because of this. And the next slide is a snapshot about how we're doing to disperse the student portion. We did receive student portion for both the HERF 1, 2, and 3 disbursement. So we have completely dispersed everything we received for HERF 1. And HERF 2, we are more than halfway through. And HERF 3, because we just awarded it a couple months ago, we're still in the process of dispersing that amount. And as far as headcounts, so far we've helped more than 11,000 students using these block grants. And our unmet need for financial aid recipient is about $525 million. So we're hoping to use these funds for that purpose.
Jesse, I see that Trustee Chen Lau's hand is up.
Yes, Trustee Chen.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Jesse. Can you go back to the previous slide on the institute? Yes. So when we say that the total is 61 million right now, what you're saying is that we still have 7 million to spend, or 7.8 million has been spent?
7.8 million has been spent, and we have about 1.9 million are in the process of being spent.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have 51 million, that's 51.7 that we can still spend.
And is this the 51.7, is this pot where different constituencies are coming together to decide how to spend this?
No, can I just clarify? They're not they're not coming together to decide how to spend it. Okay. What we've done is ask for ideas and thoughts. Candace, do you want to say anything about that process?
Sure. So we wanted to make sure that we provided an avenue for our community to be able to provide some ideas. So we opened up, we had a form. All of the guidance on the form really suggested that there were 6 areas: facilities, safety, staffing, so that, in terms of where funds could be spent based on audit requirements, and then ask that they give us their idea, share whether or not they thought the idea was a brand new idea, or maybe it's an extension of something that's currently happening. We asked what semester terms that they would need the funding for, because remember, this funding needs to last us through 2023, September of 2023, and so that they could designate that for us. And then we've also asked that they provide a justification for that, because we have to be very prudent in the way that we spend the funding, because we can receive an audit, finding on that and owe that money back. And so what we're doing now, so that actually was due back on June 15th was our deadline day. We received over 100 responses and different ideas. What the fiscal team is doing first is going through and designating any ideas that don't meet the audit requirements first. Let's tag those and remove those and share out why they don't meet the audit requirements for the CARES funding. And then what we'll do is work with each of the areas about, we want to make sure that there's full support for the idea. We'll come up with some recommendations. The executive teams and leadership teams will all review them, and then we will present those ideas back out to the community in the August-September timeline.
Candace, you also, Trustee Martin has a question, and then Trustee Osterling.
Trustee Martin.
Yeah, I had a question on I think the next slide down at the bottom. If you could help me understand 525 million, almost 526 million of unmet need. Is that just, can you explain that to me? That seems
high or low? What were you going to say?
Unmet need, you mean?
Financial aid need. So here, as
PCC, the community college district.
So what that means is when anyone applies for financial aid, they go to the federal government, they fill out the FAFSA. The FAFSA information designates two things. What is the expected family contribution? And then what's the unmet need? And so that information is then shared with the local colleges that the student is interested in, whether they are attending or currently attending, or they're interested in attending. What that means then is that then the financial aid packages are built based on the unmet need.
So is that PCC, the community college system in California?
This is Pasadena City College, and this is roughly
just the unmet need at Pasadena City College to attend Pasadena City College?
That is correct.
Is 525 million, 526 million.
Which accounts for about 30,000 students.
Right, wow. And that includes not just tuition, it includes living expenses.
Correct, a full financial aid package.
Oh, okay, so that's full living expenses.
Everything
okay, that was kind of
the college.
Yeah.
I was just like, not
No,
connected.
You're right. If it were just tuition, you'd be like,
I'm like,
what?
wow, I sure thought with the promise and everything, we were doing really well. And now I'm looking at 526 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you. That helps.
Trustee Osterling.
Candace, I have a very quick date question. You mentioned just a short while ago that we have to spend all of this money by September of 23. But as I look at these column headings on this slide, the student portion, and the prior slide, the institutional portion, if those are the ending dates, all of those ending dates, if you could go back to the prior slide, too, are in 2022. And so I had heard that September 23 date before from Dr. Endojanis, but this slide shows that all of these funds need to be spent at various times in 2022.
Good eagle eyes. So these were the original express dates from the federal government. And so what we've heard through our sort of communities is that date is going to be extended to September of 2023.
Okay, but it hasn't yet, so we're keeping the old dates until that happens.
For record purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's it for questions for this.
So do we want to move to accept this, right?
Motion to accept the budget.
Second.
Okay, can we get a vote?
Interim Student Trustee Gomez.
Excuse me, do we have a public hearing on this, or?
This is the public hearing.
Do we open the public hearing and close it?
No, that's for.
A good point, Tony.
Just to make it legal?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so let's do that. So this is the public hearing?
So you're going to officially open the public hearing.
Okay, so it is officially open for the budget.
Right.
Accept the tentative budget for year 2021. Do we have any comments? No? So now we officially close it?
No. Yes.
So now I'll
Yeah.
officially close the hearing for the budget. And I will take a vote.
Now, do you have a motion on the,
Motion to approve. I'll redo that inside the public hearing format. Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, now can we take the vote?
Interim student trustee Gomez.
Aye.
Trustee Chenlau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Watt.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Thank you, Tony. That was good. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Okay, now we will move on. I think, you know, what I like is to see the
Belinda,
problem.
if I could interrupt, I think you now closed the hearing.
yes, you need to officially close the hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, the hearing is officially closed.
Right. And now, are you asking that Armina bring up the actual agenda so you can see the next item?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you were going to ask for.
No. What I wanted to say regarding the budget is that PCC is in a very good position financially. And the questions that have been asked over and over, you know, it's like we're in a candy store. We have all this money. But I think what is a little frustrating to some of us is to know how are we going to disperse all this money. So I think as we move forward, we as trustees going to have to set some parameters of what we want to see periodically, because this is really, it's a good problem to have, but we need to be diligent as we move on. Okay, so now we will go, that's my 2 cents. We are going to move on to item 2, which is adopt resolution 686, authorization, temporary interfund cash borrowing.
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, we'll take a vote. Armina?
Interim student trustee Gomez.
Aye.
Trustee Chenlau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Watt.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
And Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is
Thank
7-0, student trustee voting aye.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to item 3, which is resolution 690, commemorating Immigrant Heritage Month. Any discussion or questions about this resolution before we take it to vote?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so we'll take a vote, please.
Interim student trustee Gomez.
Aye.
Trustee Chenlau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Watt.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote 7-0, student trustee voting aye.
Thank you. And item number 4 is approve modifications, additions, and deletion to the credit and non-credit curriculum.
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Discussion? If not, we'll vote.
Interim student trustee Gomez.
Aye.
Trustee Chenlau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Watt.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0, student trustee voting aye.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to information items. Superintendent President report.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, as you all know, commencement was last Saturday. It was a drive-through experience that I thought was a blast. And I want to say thank you to all of the trustees and everyone who made the event a quite the rockin' good time. And you all did your shifts and you were out there. Everybody was out there. I'm happy it was that the weather was what it was on Saturday and not this week because it's been super, super hot. So thanks for that. I think Trustee Silver gets the award for wearing heels and nylons in that heat. I mean, that was over and above, and she was out there dancing with me. So, and just so in case anybody cares, I had 39,000 steps on my Fitbit that day. So it was quite a day. And we had more than 700 graduates and their families who came through the ceremonies, and anybody who was there for commencement saw people were so appreciative. They were so happy, and great day all around. So thank you very much for everyone who helped out, trustees, everyone on campus, Dean Cobb, Alex Buckelhide, all of their folks. Thank you. So as we know, yesterday was kind of an exciting day. We had the announcement that billionaire Mackenzie Scott included us in her recent spate of giving for the tune of $30 million unrestricted. That is the largest gift we've ever had. There were similar gifts to 2- and 4-year colleges. It appears that in California, it was Long Beach City College and PCC that got at the $30 million level. Chafee received $25 million. Santa Barbara City College received $20 million, and on down. So yay. The Cal States around us received $40 million, and the number of institutions that benefited, and I think Trustee Chen organization, correct?
Yes, the Japanese American National Museum, we received 10 million.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's just a statement of the support that and support for the work that we do here at PCC, and it's going to be a truly transformative gift. Ms. Scott said, generosity is generative and sharing makes more. And I just wish more of the people who have the kind of money she has were as giving, but it's transformative. And so there'll be lots of information coming forward about what we're going to do. The $30 million gift does bring the PCC Foundation endowment up to $71 million. So that's not too shabby, just want to say. Our summer break is this week, meaning between spring and summer. And next week starts our enrollment. It's very strong. We're up by about 2,000 head count, enrollments are up by about 2,000. Our head counts are down by 500. But what that means is we have fewer people, but they're taking more classes.
Can you repeat that again, President Andronis? Can you repeat those numbers again?
That our enrollments are up by 2,000, but our head count is down by 500.
Okay.
And so what that means is we have fewer head count, but the people we do have are taking more classes.
So what are you thinking that the total enrollment is going to be for fall?
This is for summer. I have no idea
okay,
for
first.
fall.
Okay.
I don't.
I'm skipping ahead.
Yeah. I couldn't give that to you right now because next week is when the classes really start, and so there's going to be all kinds of this.
Okay.
So I'll have a better idea. Yeah. In July and beyond. It wouldn't be meaningful right now.
Okay. Thank you.
But we're encouraged. Let's put it that way. We're encouraged. Trustee Osterling.
Sorry to also interrupt, but on the same subject, when you give us these figures, I think it's helpful to compare it to last year, which was a very unusual year, obviously, but also if you could compare it to the last normal pre-COVID year we had, that would give us better context.
Right. These are just my comments, so they were designed to be general, but we intend to give you more of an enrollment update that includes those comparative numbers in July. So I was just going for the general down and dirty kind of thing, but yes, we will be giving that to you. I completely agree. You need it for comparative purposes. Yeah. Okay. So yesterday, Governor Gavin relaxed restrictions across the state as the pandemic continues to subside. Social distancing and capacity restrictions have been lifted. Masks remain a key part of squashing the COVID-19, especially for people who are unvaccinated. But I do want to say that Cal OSHA is meeting today, and we need to wait and see what the Cal OSHA decisions are around masking and other requirements, e.g., if everybody in an office suite is vaccinated, then do they need to keep their masks on when they're in that office suite? And so there'll be we'll have more information, and we'll be sending out a campus-wide email on Monday. And as always, we do CC you as these, so we'll make sure you have that information. We are also looking at what would be required to do a vaccine mandate in time for our fall semester. And so we're looking at places like Mount SAC as a model, because they started their employee-based vaccine process about a month and a half ago. And so we're playing a little bit of catch up, but we'll keep you posted on that. We do have a pretty high percentage of our students. We've done some student surveying, and a high percentage of our students and our employees are already vaccinated. We are also on Tuesday, we will be participating in the Rite Aid Pharmacy. We're serving as a vaccine site, and that's actually something that's being coordinated through the Biden White House, and we signed on to be part of this. What we're required to do is, when we have the days that we have the vaccine sites up and running, we're required to get 200 people vaccinated. So we're working with Rite Aid as our partner on that. And I'll be able to report out more on how that's going next month, because next Tuesday is our first day to do that. I want to congratulate our team in the natural sciences students who actually today competed on the national stage in the Community College Innovation Challenge that was hosted by the AACC. It's normally in Washington. It was virtual. The competitors, we received a special message from U.S. Senator Alex Padilla on YouTube to wish us good luck. Our students are Richard Liu, who is a sophomore from Arcadia, Sophia Ibarguen, who's a sophomore from Los Angeles, Kirk Dolar, a sophomore from San Gabriel, and Kit Chung, a sophomore from Pasadena. And I actually had a chance to watch what they were going to be presenting as their challenge. And it's part of our nanotech NSF Center, and they are presenting a nanotech particle treatment for breast cancer. And it basically involves using nanoparticles that are a core of silver surrounded by gold that are injected into the tumor area, and then UV light is used to activate the particles, and that helps break apart the cells, the cancer cells. So part of this competition they're in is to do a presentation to a group of folks, but also a pitch to an investor who, if they win, would invest money in their technology. So I think there are 10 teams, maybe, I think it's 10, competing from across the country. So this is a huge honor. So we know in the next few days how our students did, but it's a huge honor. And then lastly, on June 28th, which is the 52nd anniversary of the beginning of the Stonewall riots, we are going to show our pride by hoisting a rainbow flag above the mirror pools at noon. I'm grateful to the board for passing its Pride Month resolution last month. And so we're going to have students and members of our community out there. We've even ordered rainbow sugar cookies, so there'll be some food, and we have a beautiful pride flag all ready to go up. And that concludes my report.
Very good report, Dr. Andrew Jonas. I just wanted to thank you for your leadership here at Pasadena City College, and I still was not sure how you managed from 8 a.m. to whatever time you left at the same dancing, 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 dancing. I asked her daughter, I says, does she ever drop? She says, not that I recall in my 16 years. Whenever she gets excited, she stays just like that. I said, oh my God, you should give me some of that energy. Anyhow,
Yeah. Thank you.
It took a lot of courage to be out there all day in the sun, all wound up, but I know the students really appreciate it. The parents,
Well,
the students, they were very happy.
well, thank you. I appreciate that. It was, I feel like serving in that role, encouraging and congratulating students and bringing all of the passion, that's really what my job is. And so it was, I will not lie, I was tired at the end of the day. I was very tired, but it was a great day. And we had music going, and the music and just the party atmosphere. I was so happy to be there.
Good
really.
job.
But thank you. I appreciate that.
Very good. Okay, so now we will go to announcements. Let's begin with let's see who we begin with. Associated students, do we have, is that Mackenzie, is she still on, or is that a new group?
I'm still here.
Okay, Ms. Rivera.
Well, this is my last Board of Trustee meeting, so I do just want to say thank you all for being such a great group. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you and see you here every month. I don't necessarily have any reports since it is the end of the semester, but I do just want to again say thank you, and I wish you all the best. I hope the year continues to be as great as it has been so far.
Great, and we appreciate having you for all your hard work. Thank you, and best wishes. So do we have the Academic Senate with us?
We do. We have Dr. Matt Hennison. This is his last meeting too.
Oh, that's what I thought.
It sure is. Hello. And I got to say, at Commencement, it was great to see the energy of the students as well. They came because they cared, and seeing that they cared really made all the difference for being there that day. Well, as you heard, this is my last report. The Senate has been in recess since May, I think 17th, but I did want to acknowledge that we have a couple of new faculty members. I want to welcome Talia Chatterfield, our new Black Student Success Counselor, and Stephanie Hall, our new EOP&S Counselor. And I'd like to acknowledge that we had 6 retirees. I won't read all their names, but Terry Borman, who's retiring after 30 years of service. And one of our own math instructors, Dan Gallup, who has 21 years of service. And all the 6 retirees represent over 110 years of service. And I just wanted to recap some of what I was able to witness and experience over the last 2 years as Academic Senate President. This isn't going to be news. A lot of this isn't going to be news, but just a quick recap here. I'll try to make it quick. Over the last 2 years, the Academic Senate has approved changes to or the creation of 37 board policies and 30 administrative procedures. We made 56 appointments to campus-wide hiring committees. We approved the college's mission, the college's vision and values, as well as the facility and technology master plan and the accreditation ICER. We updated our bylaws after years of work on them and improved communication between shared governance committees and the Academic Senate. We approved flex guidelines and guidelines for faculty inquiry groups. We added DEI as a standing agenda item, voted to stop reciting the Pledge of Allegiance because it was believed that we don't experience liberty and justice for all in this country.
Okay.
And we passed 10 resolutions on topics including the quality of online instruction, increasing the diversity of faculty, anti-AAPI hate, renouncing the killing of unarmed Black Americans, and an anti-racist resolution complete with a glossary of terms. Despite converting to a remote educational environment, the Senate did not miss a single meeting, and we even held some extra meetings. So props to all of the Senate representatives who weathered through all of that. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to address you during each of your meetings, and I wish you all of the best. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Matt Hennis. Now let's go to classified Senate. Is that what they call it? Classified Senate?
Yes, and I think that's Denise is with us, correct?
Yes.
Denise.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening, everybody. I have 3 items to report from the Classified Senate this evening. We are currently in the middle of our election cycle and we'll have a new board in place by our July 7th Senate meeting. I would like to thank our outgoing board members and senators for their time and dedication serving the classified community. Second, we have concluded awarding the classified Senate scholarship to 2 students and 1 classified staff member for the amount of $500 each. Our Michael J. Buckhouse Memorial Classified Employee Educational Scholarship recipient is Graciela Caringela. In our Human Resources Department, this year's recipient will be finishing her bachelor's degree at UC Riverside in sociology with a minor in labor studies. She has also represented the classified staff in various roles, including as a president in the Classified Senate, also as a classified representative with the Association of Latino Employees. I would like to recognize the following Dr. Hens, outgoing president of the Academic Senate, and Mr. Tito Altamirano, outgoing president for the Management Association, for their leadership in their respective groups, as well as their willingness and dedication to work in our collaboration with the Classified Senate throughout this last year. Lastly, I would like to recognize Denise Albright, who will be leaving the college after 25 years of service. During her time at PTC, she has impacted students tremendously in our EOP&S program, also represented the classified community, serving various roles on the Classified Senate, including being the president as recent as 2019. We wish her well and the best in her future endeavors. This concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aramillo. And next we will have the academic, management. Mr. Altamirano.
Yes, ma'am. I was gonna put my video, but I cannot start it because I cannot. So you just have to hear my voice. So good evening, everyone. As we close this most unique year, it is not lost on any of us. There we go. Start my video.
There you go.
Voila. I was like, wait, there it is. But good evening. As we close this most unique year, it is not lost on any of us that we were pushed in ways, there it is, yes, in ways that were often challenging, but also that many times led to change, innovation, and growth. And in that spirit, and on behalf of the Management Association, I'd like to share some concluding thoughts and notes for this 2020-21 school year. First, I want to welcome our newest member of the PCC Familia, Robert Tucker, as the inaugural Director of Football Operations and Head Coach. The MA also extends huge congratulations to 2 valued members who are moving up in the ranks, David Steinman, our new Director of Marketing, and Roberto Jurado as the Interim Executive Director for ITS. I'd also like to welcome Interim Student Trustee Emmanuel Gomez, whom I have had the pleasure of working with previously on a few committees, primarily through Student Advisory Equipo. We are glad to have you and your voice join the board. Speaking of new boards, I'd like to welcome and introduce the new board of the Management Association. We have President Dr. Rebecca Cobb, Vice President Dion Miller, Secretary Dr. Raquel Torres Retana, and Treasurer Carol Calandra, we will be filling the position for coordinator shortly. These leaders will work to implement what has been learned through the PRT visit, as well as to continue to represent managers through shared governance. Our college, and most importantly, our students, will be in great hands. We have heard much well-deserved recognition given to the historic day that was commencement, and I'd like to once again thank Dr. Rebecca Cobb and her team for the amazing envisioning and carrying out of this event, as well as David Steinman in strategic communication and marketing, and our facilities team made up of Carl Schaefer, Jonathan Wiggins, Ocean Karami, David Thompson, and Michael Williams. Thanks to all for closing out the academic year in a marvelous fashion that our students and their families will always remember. Another great way to close out the year is with a special recognition, such as one that came out literally today. Military Times Best for Vets Colleges is the largest and most comprehensive ranking of schools for military service members and veterans, and helping them make important decisions about their education. With the leadership of our interim VRC director, Carol Calandra, we're #1 in the state of California. As a proud veteran myself, it is awesome to see us living the motto, serving those who served. And speaking of serving, As we start this new year, a special shout out goes to Dr. Brock Klein and the Pathways FYA team, as well as Armando Duran, Rebecca Cobb, and Denise Carter for their help in planning and organizing the reopening of our physical college with initial in-person services that we began this week. Many managers across campus and across various disciplines were actively involved this year in leadership within their area or other associations, and are leading college council standing committees that continue to advance our ongoing journey towards equity. For the work that is seen and so much that is unseen, I just want to thank them and say thank you. Finally, as this is my last board meeting as president of the Management Association, I want to say thank you to all the board members, the executive team, and Dr. Andrew Jonas for your partnership and support during my tenure. It has been a privilege to lead and serve in this capacity, and know that every question, comment, suggestion, and recognition I have shared has echoed the collective voice of our manager colleagues, and always been for the benefit of our college as a whole, as we most importantly work towards the empowerment of our students. I look forward to supporting the new board and continuing our commitment to collaborating across divisions and with the Academic Senate, Classified Senate, and associated students in the ongoing work of making PCC the anti-racist, identity-affirming institution our students, families, and communities deserve. The Management Association firmly stands for equity, inclusion, and justice, and is ready for this new academic year to embrace and implement the many lessons taught. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Altamirano. We will miss you here, but I'm sure you'll be here to listen to us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, now we turn over to the trustees. Let's start with Trustee Asterlin.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. I just want to reiterate what a pleasure it was to serve as in the graduation, myself and all of the trustees who joined in. And I remind us that each of us did about 1/7 the work that Erica and the rest of the administration did. And I had the easiest shift of all. I had the first shift in the morning. So everybody else that was suffering out in the sun, thank you for joining in. But it really was a very tremendously positive, upbeat ceremony. The students really appreciated it. The cars were decorated, the horns were honking. And I think it was just a good way to hopefully bookend the end of one of the most unusual years we've all experienced at PCC and elsewhere. And then, of course, the big announcement yesterday. I'd like to start off by thanking Jeff, and I don't want to get too impertinent here, but I'm going to. I want to thank Jeff Bezos for making all of that money. Then I want to thank Mackenzie Scott for marrying him. And then I want to thank her for divorcing him, because I think she has a better idea of how she can do really good work in the community with the donations that she's made, not just to PCC, but the other institutions, and improving social mobility through education, I think is one of the most effective investments in your dollars that you can make. And I think it'll prove to be a much more effective thing than flying to the moon and back. So with that, that concludes my comments.
Wow, thank you. Okay, Trustee Fellow.
Yes, I just also want to thank Mackenzie Scott. And I want to thank the president. I heard her yesterday. And I think what you said and what you're going to do with the money is, I'm 100% behind it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Chinlaw.
Yes, congratulations to a wonderful commencement. Certainly it was wonderful to see the families and students who participated and how much it meant to them. That was really special. And it's always wonderful to participate in commencement and seeing those proud parents and proud siblings and family members and friends. That was something special. I would like to, as you can imagine, I've received many congratulations for the PCC gift and the Japanese American National Museum. But one comment really stood out to me when someone wrote to me about the PCC gift. He wrote that PCC deserves it because it cares so much about its students. And I think that's really reflected in this year of the pandemic, and with the staff, the administration, its leadership, on how we approach supporting PCC students. So to Tito, Denise, and Matt, thank you for being on the front lines of working with our students to support them and to see them succeed. Finally, I will have my last coffee and tea for this academic year on June 28th. The last two has just been terrific. I've really heard from parents, students, faculty, and staff about their experiences with PCC, what they like to see, what they enjoyed, and I've shared some of that with President Androgenis. So I look forward to seeing some of you again on June 28th at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Martin.
Thank you. Not trying to repeat what's been said, but obviously my fellow trustees have pretty well nailed it. I will say one different take on the commencement. I thought it was phenomenal. If it were up to me, I would do it again next year. And what I really liked about it, number one, we get right to the main event. We just get to the graduates. Skip all this other stuff. Let's just get to them and give them some attention. And what I really like about that attention is that they could have in this case, their car or their vehicle, they could have their family with them, almost like walking through with them. Those that supported them, those that are part of their life and significant, could share the moment right on the stage, right with them, right there. Sometimes it was their children. And that's just awesome. So with the exception of not being able to maybe shake a hand or give a hug or a pat on the back, having the family and all that, I mean, I'd do it next year, just somehow let them get out of the car real quick and then back in and onward or something. But I just thought it was sensational. So thank you to all those involved. Thank you to our marathon superintendent for enduring that. Just amazing.
Wonderful. Yeah, if we do that again, we probably lose her. She'll fall out by then. Okay, Trustee Silver.
The only thing is we won't have as many. We'll only have 1 year of grads, not 2. So maybe, and I'm going to go with all of you. It was the most joyous graduation I have ever been to. Usually the truth is you sit at a graduation, all you want to do is hear your child's or your nephew's name and go, woo, 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 and then you sit for everybody else. So the beauty of this was having little brother and sister along and grandma right there. And of course, proud mom and dad there. And Dr. Androgenis would go to the little ones, future Lancer.
Yeah.
And their eyes would open. And why not? Why not bring those little ones along to be students in the future? So if there is any way we can do a family unit component of graduation next year, I think that would be fabulous. Quickly, Jim, Trustee Osterling and I went to see an owl camera in action, and it was fabulous. I highly recommend expenditures on owls. The camera is like an Alexa with cameras all around the perimeter. And as you talk, the camera that is nearest that speaker focuses, and you can have multiple people speaking at the same time with a screen with the remote people and the people physically present together also visible. So if you have any questions, ask myself or Jim about the owl camera. I think we're fans, right, Jim? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will definitely talk to you about that. So Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, congratulations to staff on a really really successful commencement. As John was talking, it kind of, yeah, I was kind of visualizing it again and reliving it, and it kind of reminded me of being, in the drive-in theaters where you can be with your family and get out. So maybe next time if we do it and we're not in pandemic, the students can actually get out and take pictures. So I thought it was great. I also want to commend all the faculty and staff who gave so much of their time to do this, but also the individual celebrations. So I didn't have a chance to attend as many as I hoped I could, but the few I attended, I just thought they did such a great job. And so many of them did special things like write note cards to the graduates and put it in their commencement packet. So just really dedicated faculty and staff. So kudos to you all. A couple of events that are coming up. Please mark your calendar for June 22nd, so next Tuesday. The California Community College Women's Caucus will be having Lily Ledbetter come to speak. So thank you to Trustee Tammy Silver, who helped get Lily Ledbetter, and of course, Dr. Androgenis, who is one of our sponsors for this. So that will be at 12 o'clock. Also, I think I mentioned that in my communities, we have been hosting various events on anti-bias, anti-API, hate, and anti-bias. I am on the 211 LA board, and I worked with them and I asked them to get Hollaback bystander training for our communities, and they will be hosting that with Advancing Justice on the same day, June 22nd, so next Tuesday at 4 o'clock. I'll send a link out. I hope you will share it with your communities. A number of my communities came in as endorsers and sponsors for that training. And it's really, if you've not taken the training, I just highly recommend it. And that's it.
Okay. Okay, let's talk to our student trustee. I'm not sure if he has a report or if there's something you'd like to share with us. And we want to welcome you to be here, by the way. So, Trustee Emmanuel.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Yeah, I just want to congratulate the campus, the college in general, for the commencement. I've actually heard from some students that it was better than the season commencement that they had as they tried to adapt as well. I also want to thank associate students who kind of helped in the development of that commencement, so the planning and as well as preparation for that event. I personally do not look forward to a commencement for my commencement. So I just wanted to state that. And also, I look forward to getting to know you all, as I wish you all want to get to know me too. And I look forward to maintaining strong communication, all in efforts so that we can collaborate and improve the Landsberg experience. And that is all. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So I would say I had a wonderful time at the graduation, but after I left Dr. Andrew Jonas, I went with Dr. Oliva where the party was, the real party. Oh, we had some live music down there. Oh,
nice.
yes, we did, Cynthia. We had the mariachis, we had, folks were getting down.
Yeah.
So we were down there having a great time. So then I got a little embarrassed. So
That's awesome.
it was beautiful. The students, they were just so charged when they were coming in and the mariachis were singing and everybody.
Yeah.
Well, it was a wonderful experience. So
Great.
yeah, I am not going to ask that we do it again, but considering what we went through, I thought this was just fantastic. Okay, so at this time we are going to go to proposed future board business meetings. Do we have anything we need to say or any changes to what we have posted?
The only thing that's there, it doesn't really impact when we're meeting, but Trustee Silver did point out that the Haku dates are incorrect, and that's because the Haku dates that were there were from when it was going to be face-to-face in Aurora, Colorado, but now it is going to be virtual, so it's the previous week. We'll correct the dates for the next board meeting.
Okay, great. Next will be future agenda items. Anyone has something they need to?
Yes. So I just want to point out that what's here is what's here is the matrix that Crystal put together for data reporting that ties back
great.
to goals. And I see that Trustee Wah has her hand up.
Okay, Trustee Wah.
I just wanted to, so of course my communities are very, very excited about the gift that was given to PCC, lots of buzz in the communities and all anxious to know more about it. So I hope at some point we can, I know Dr. Androgenis, you've talked kind of generally about what we would do with that gift, but if we can talk a little bit more about it, I think our communities would really appreciate hearing how this will benefit our students. And sorry, I'm on my iPad, so I can't see the matrix, but if I mentioned it before, I apologize if it's a duplicate, but I hope that at some point we can get a report on the expanded disaggregated data groups that we had, that the Chancellor's Office has been collecting data on. So if you can, we can look at that and maybe talk about how we can get that data as we report out on our student successes. I would appreciate it.
Okay, so now we are getting to a very good time.
Oh, you know, I'm sorry, Trustee Fellow has his hand up.
Where is Trustee Fellow? Can you see?
Madam Chair, I just want to make a little statement. No matter what board I'm participating on, I'm on a lot of boards. I always look for ways to improve board performance and get the public's work done so as thoroughly as possible and in a business-like manner that is painless to the audience and the board. And during the past few months, members within the PCC community and within the city have suggested ways that we might want to tighten our board meetings. Usually oral reports are for the benefit of the public who are not privy to all the information we have. And last month we had like 2 oral reports that went 1 hour. And on some committees now that I sit, limits have been placed on how many PowerPoint slides could be shown, but even more important, a lot of committees now are talking about templates for PowerPoint. You know, you don't do a PowerPoint slide that's 18 points. That in our boardroom for some years, we had people come in with very small type. You just can't see it. And I'm getting old and I can't read anyways. But I'd like to, for us to perhaps have one of our committees, I think next Tuesday or Monday, the Accreditation Policy Committee is going to meet. And that might be a committee. I'm on it with Linda Wan as Sandra. And just to start looking at maybe ways that we could tighten up our meetings a bit and come up with some kind of report to the board in a few months. Okay? And
I appreciate that very much. You're right on in my mind. Get out of my head. Okay, did I see another hand?
Yes, Trustee Chen Lau.
Yes, thank you, President Brown. I would like to suggest if it's possible that we, whether it's next month or August meeting, to have an enrollment update on how we're doing or what our enrollment projections may be for the fall. There's been a lot written about the decline in enrollment for community colleges, especially in California, but I don't think that's going to be for PCC, but it would be good to know what our enrollment projections look like.
Okay.
Right. Well, as I noted earlier, that we can provide how we did this last year and how summer fared. We can tell you in July about what our enrollment is for fall. But keep in mind, it's the 3rd week of July. So we can tell you what the numbers are, but I can't tell you what they're going to be on the first day of class.
Yeah.
That's why
it could be, sorry, it could be in our August meeting or September meeting. It doesn't have to be in July meeting, just so that we can get a sense of comparison of our pre-pandemic, during pandemic.
Yep.
I'm sure it's going to increase given where we are with reopening.
Yeah, I think so too. Yep.
Okay, great. So we are going to, without any further ado, I appreciate your words, Dr. Fellow, and I do believe that the policy committee can sit and put your heads together and come up with something that we can adapt to improve our meetings. I am 101%.
Thank you, Madam.
So handle your business.
Yeah, we can put that on the agenda.
Yes.
Monday, yeah.
So without any, if there are no other questions and thoughts, I would like to adjourn this meeting. Let the record show it is 8:30. So this meeting is now adjourned.
Ciao.
Adios.
Thank